Yo, yo, yo. New week, new stream. Let's go. So, if I remember correctly, we were, let's see here, in the middle of implementing this one. So alter terrain height using Terraform data blit. So to summarize it, we had terraforming working, but purely on the CPU, and the idea was to offload some of the calculations to the GPU and see what kind of performance difference we see. And this function turned out to be a pain to implement. Like, something done here was wrong, and I couldn't figure it out. And that's pretty much where we ended it last Friday. But I couldn't just let it go. So after I had a break, I just revisited this one just to see if I could solve it before the weekend. And it turns out that nothing was wrong on our side, but it's more of a problem that stems from platform dependency, I guess you would say. Let me show you. This was the problem. So we worked under the assumption that just like Texture 2D, just like Render Texture, I think, that Origo was at the bottom left. Unfortunately, when we used the method read pixels, the Y varies a little depending on platform. So we got an error here because we read the pixels as if 00 was in the bottom left corner, when actually 00 is in the top left corner, which means that we need to reverse it basically. And this was a problem that we spent at least 1 hour on, maybe even 2. But let's take a look. So here are some people that had the exact same problem. And I don't know if this is true anymore. Let's see. Let's see if they mention this one in the API. It could also be that I missed it. Actually, it's read pixels. I wonder though if this is different for 21.2. So here they say both coordinates use pixel space 00 is lower left, which doesn't seem to be true. because doing this works for us. I wonder, however, if... see what this one reads. Yeah, I guess we want to rely on this one in the future, although I am a little bit afraid here. So like when we read it back to the CPU, we're actually going to do... we're going to use that data in the next iteration, so right after this one. So I don't know if we earn anything by doing it async. So might as well go with read pixels. And this is, it's a little bit worrisome. Like this speaks for this approach to be a little bit worse than doing it purely on the CPU. But I don't know. So anyway, let's take a look at where we're at if we run this. Action Terraform. So here we do a lot of logic, filtering and whatnot, and then we do for each apply Terraform brush blit, and then update full terrain data. So I guess we're getting closer to actually doing a performance test here. See which one is quicker. Okay, but this is the important part. We do Terraform brush blit, alter terrain height using Terraform data blit, alter terrain data blit, and here we do a blit, and then we read the pixels. This does, however, doing it by a blit instead of this allows us for adding a lot of additional functionality to the brush material. But let's see. Yeah, we want to delete those later on, but let's see. So right now we just heighten it. Great. So now I think we can, yeah, we still have this problem on the GPU, not on the CPU, however. I want to take care of this one. And it comes with... the problem here is how the square is structured, because even though the square or the rectangle has a width of 0, we don't want to do the height map change, but we do want to do the we want to recalculate the vertices. Let's see here. Okay, so first of all, we have a few things to do. When we had this problem last Friday, I actually went a little bit mad, to be honest, and thought the problem had to do with render texture here being, let's see, being released when it shouldn't, because we have some things to keep in mind is this one. So the content of the render texture might be lost, so we have to check for this. But other than that, we're actually going to have, instead of creating it every time, we're going to create it once, and reuse it multiple times. So when we set terrain data, or when we set terrain data, we want to create the render texture. And then we're gonna keep them synced. But we don't need to think about that. They will actually stay synced if we just do the data altering in the correct way. So when we do set terrain data, we create a new one. I wonder if we want to do it like this actually. Let's see. So this line here we're gonna replace with so if it's null, we create a new, but we also want to check for this one. So important to keep the lifetime. So I wonder if, do we have but we need to check for this one. So you can check for that with isCreated function. So I think we can do create does nothing if the texture is already created. Beautiful. So we can just do here, and every time we try and use it, we can call this function. So I would actually like to do, I wonder if we want to do, if we do get like this and just put this, although but then we need two variables. So I think we're going to go with this solution for now. So when we're about to use it here, we want to do and then we don't want to release it. And this is probably how we want to run with this. And now something else to note is I had this idea in Terraform material or brush material that we could solve it by not sending in terrain data texture, but instead do some sort of blend. But I'm very unsure of how to handle like negative values. So sometimes we want to subtract. So, which is possible with blend commands, but so that means that we have some setting that like we need to rely on compiler flags, I suppose, to change between this one and this one maybe, or this one. Let's see. Yo yo yo, what's up, Derek.net, or Derek for short. It's going pretty good. I don't remember if you were here during the end of last stream, but we had a problem with the readback of the blit result, and we got that fixed. And I hope you had a nice weekend, by the way. So like I wonder what it comes down to is that I would like to have, I don't want to do it like this, or no. Oh. Yeah, my weekend was pretty nice. So what we're working on now is we're still like in the process of just polishing the GPU result as well. We want like the CPU approach and the GPU approach should result in the same result before we do performance testing, and we still have a tiny issue here. And like more specifically right now I'm researching if it's possible to do, so right now when we do the blit, so we pretty much take the content of this one, this texture, apply it to this texture using this material. Right now we also set the reference in the material, so terrain data texture, we send this one into the shader as well. Not entirely sure if we actually need to do this. We could rely on, let's see, Terraform shader. So right now we send in this one as well, and then we use this one here to add the two results together. We could also do it without sending this one in, and instead fix like merge them together using blend commands here. But the problem is that we want different blend commands depending on if we want to add height or remove height. So if we want to add height, we want to add height values together. If we want to remove height, we want to subtract height values. And I don't think it's possible to have varying blend commands in the shader. We're gonna have to, if we want to rely on blend commands, we're gonna have to rely on two different shaders. And if we're gonna have to rely on two different shaders, I think I would prefer just sending in the texture. But we will find out. We can do Unity HLSL change blend command at runtime. There we go. Okay. Yo, what's up, Mena Pro? Hope you had a wonderful weekend as well. I appreciate it for the short time you're here. Okay, so this is pretty cool actually. Ronnie GM, good luck with your project, mate. Thank you, appreciate it, and good luck with whatever project you're doing, if you're doing any. I wonder what actually happens behind the scenes here. I wonder if when we compile this shader, if it compiles into like variants, and depending on how we set these, different variants are used. I could be okay with that. So that would mean for the input we would use 1 in both cases, and or like for the source, and for the destination we would either use 1, because I think blend 1 is additive, yes. So we either use 1 for the destination as well if we want to add height, or we use 1 minus source color if we want to remove. Although multiplies the value of this input by 1 minus. We'll see. Animena Pro, yes, I'm reading this, and I did reply, I think. CodeGoat Dev, what's up? I've always had trouble with graphical stuff myself, being completely blind. I could see that being a problem, but I find like going from traditional programming to programming with the GPU in mind was a pretty big step. Like there's a whole different way of thinking, you know? Okay, so if we assume this to be correct, okay, from official source, I guess. So now the problem is, we assume this to be true, so we could go with this solution. Now we just want to figure out. So setting this property in the brush, we would actually be doing in the action Terraform script. So this method wouldn't know anything about it. This also assumes... Oh, it's actually the first one we want. It's the destination we want to have 1 at all times. It's this one we want to change. I imagine it's very different. Yeah, it is, but like most things, like if you keep at it, it usually becomes clearer, you know, after some time. Or easier, I would say. Here we go. We don't want to do 0. I wonder. Sub. It could be possible, but we're gonna have to read up on this real good. Like writing AI models, different at first, but you get used to it. Exactly. Source factor is defined in the blend command. So source factor we want to have as 1, and destination factor we want to have as 1. Although source value is the output by the fragment shader. Okay, so what's up, Paige? How are you doing? Unfortunately, not. Damn, would love. Let's see, HLSL Unity blend op example. Blend operation. Oof. Subtract destination from source, subtract source from destination. That's fucking beautiful. So we should be able to just do blend op. So, oh, did I actually close the previous one? So if we do, I want to see what default is here. If do we have any default here? If the blend op command is used, the blending operation is set to that value. Otherwise, the blending. Okay, that's operation. Is that all we have? Okay, I wonder if we want to do something like this. Let's see. Blend 1 1, and then we do blend op. I thought it was blend op, and we do rev sub. So in my mind, we would take the source would be the value from source, which we multiply with 1, and that's what we're going to use. Destination, we take the destination value and multiply it by 1. And then the blend operation here is that we take the source value or the destination value minus the source value. So it would look something like, together with this, we would have properties we're gonna call it brush operation. Is it float we want to do? Yes. And then we want to set it like this. So action terraform. Let's do terraform here, and let's put it here for now. We're gonna add some. We're gonna add a custom class for the brush as well, because that way we could pack brush texture and brush material and brush strength into one object. Easier to handle. But for now it would be something like brush material dot set, is it float? Set int, and brush operation, and here then we do Unity engine, rendering blend mode dot not blend mode actually, blend op dot reverse subtract, something like this, to int. Do we need to cast it? I guess float won't work, int won't work. I guess we're gonna have to cast it, but so something like this. Which means that this would subtract, the other one would add. I do want to try this before we continue. Blend 1 blend up rev sub. Subtract source from destination. Yeah, that's what we want to do. So it's pretty much like this. Our source is the brush texture. Our destination is the height map. So we subtract source from destinations. We take destination value multiplied by 1 minus source value multiplied by 1. This should hold. To make this a little bit easier to debug, however, I'm gonna do action terraform. I wonder if we can do brush settings, serialize field, private, brush operation. And then I also wonder, Unity engine, we're already using that one, so we could do, I thought, or we could do something like this. So then we can do brush operation. So instead of doing this, we do this. Okay, so this means hopefully if this is an AEnum, so we should be able to change it from the editor. But now we should be able to play, alter the height like by adding, and then alter the height by removing. But I need to do one more thing before we do that. We had some other thing I wanted to remove here. This one. So we're gonna try it by doing Terraform shader. I'm gonna remove this. And terrain data, we're gonna remove this one as well. So okay, everything should probably be set up correctly now, but let's just go through it one time before we start. So here we have the Terraform shader. Its task is to alter, or like to output a change, I would say. Oh yeah, we need to also do brush operation here. So the task of this shader is to output, first of all we check if the current UV is within the bounds, so within the brush bounds on the height map. If it is, we return 1 in the red channel, 0 otherwise in the other channels. If it's without the bounds, we just return 0, so no change. If we're gonna add this value to destination or remove this value from destination is decided by blend operation here, which just takes brush operation. This one is set in when we start doing the terraforming, we set it in the shader to be equal to brush operation here, which we have made visible in the editor, so we can change it there. I think we chose rev sub as default, but okay. So everything seems to be okay here. So when we do the terraforming later on, we call this function apply terraform brush blit using brush texture and brush material, the very same material we changed the operation for here. This one calls this one, which calls this one. We're gonna comment this one out as well, because best case scenario, we don't need to link this data. So we set a few specific properties and then we do the blit. And yeah, let's see what we have. So now for this script here, action terraform, we can actually set the brush operation here to be one of all of these. So we're gonna start with add, which means that we will add the output of the shader to the destination. I think add source and destination together, yes. So we should be starting with just a plane as our terrain, and we should be able to add bumps to it. And we can. So when blend operation is add, everything seems to be working, and we're not sending in the destination here, so that is great. Now I want to check if we can do reverse subtract. So if we do it here, nothing should happen, and nothing does. But if we do it here, we should subtract this one, and it works. If we do it on half, it works. So that is great. I was assuming we were gonna have a few more problems here. That's very nice. And then we can do, so we're not even locked by add and reverse subtract. We can do all of this if we would want to. But that's pretty cool, actually. I love it. Dimi Jagurov, sorry about the pronunciation, but thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Yeah, still have this issue when we do the GPU solution, but that's okay. Actually, even though the read back from the GPU is supposed to be very slow, I still think this solution is quicker than the purely CPU one. Okay. So let's clean this up a bit, because currently it's a little bit of a mess. If we go to Action Terraform, we can see here that we have 4 different properties for the brush. The texture in question, the strength, the brush material, and the brush operation. And I want to pack this into one class because, first of all, it makes so much sense to do it, and it will remove the need to send in multiple variables like this to methods, because we don't even use the brush strength currently, but that's okay. So that would mean that we would also have to send in brush strength here if we keep it like this. So let's add a new class, and environment, terrain, and terraform. We have terraform data row, and terrain patch terraformer. Terraform brush. I'm also a very big fan of the brush terminology. And this one, we don't want it to be a mono behavior. Don't need it to. I want to have this as a class because we're gonna change it like multiple times. We're gonna instantiate the brush once and then reuse it, and we're gonna change the settings of it on the fly. And I want this to be settable in the editor. So we're gonna add serializable, and let's see here how I want to use this. I think we can do this. serialize field. And we're pretty much just gonna take all of these and put them here. I think we're also gonna add some we're gonna go with something like this. Let's see here. Header texture settings. And we're gonna have an array here of brush textures, and then we're gonna have a active brush texture. Although, yeah, I think so. I think I want to support multiple different brush textures. I can briefly explain how I think we're gonna handle the terraforming in-game. Like, it's going to be very hard to make it intuitive, fun, and like a whole different kind of stuff. Okay, so before we continue here, let me just explain real quick. Implement terraforming to do nodes. Description. I know that this might be something like frowned upon or like looked down upon, but I like the idea of, hopefully I'm not using the term too broadly now, but QuickTime events. Okay, let's for instance, let's take the example of, like, this game will feature wood cutting and mining, but in the initial vertical slice at least, those won't be, like, they won't be core gameplay. Like, the player won't have to like enter a mine and just mine hours on end. It's not like that. It's more like the player take care of a garden, and if the player terraforms in certain ways, there might be stones in the way for terraforming. So let's say that the player wants to lower the ground at a certain area, but he or she can't because there's a big stone there. Then the player is gonna have to destroy that stone, and that will be done by mining. And he or she might get like some stone material or whatever. But I don't like the idea of like mindless mining, so I don't like the idea of the player going towards the stone, pressing one button, and then just watch a mining animation for X minutes, and then the stone is gone. And this is where I would like to introduce QuickTime events, but non-punishable QuickTime events. So if the player doesn't do the QuickTime events, he or she doesn't get, like, the mining doesn't fail. But if he or she does the QuickTime events, the outcome of the mining is better. So for instance, in the example of mining or destroying a stone, the QuickTime events would be we're highlighting certain parts of the stone, and if the player aims at those points and click, the quicker they do it, the more outcome of the mining. So, like, that's my take on QuickTime events for this game, and I like the idea of like different actions having different QuickTime events. So when it comes to terraforming, thank you Derek.net, I think so as well. Like, I haven't played Fortnite, but I've watched Fortnite, and it looked like they were doing something similar, but I have no idea when it comes to the stone. So when it comes to QuickTime events in the relation to terraforming, I'm thinking of something like the player makes the character take his shovel up, so shovel is used for terraforming. The player then selects somewhere on the ground where he or she wants to do the terraforming, and the first QuickTime event is a varying area. So you get an area marking that grows and shrinks and grows and shrinks. So the idea there is that the player clicks again when he or she when the area is the wanted size. And when that is done, you get another QuickTime event for deciding the depth of the terraformed area. And when that is done, you get possibly a third option deciding like how steep it should be. Like, this is still, as you can hear, in the planning state, but this is like the current approach I have in mind for terraforming. What's up, ArthDevLife? How are you doing today? And thank you for the raid. And also, hope you had a wonderful stream. Any progress on the Twitch game this time around? I'm just gonna pour a cup of coffee real quick, 1 sec. It was good, worked on the persistence data layer of the file. Oh, nice. Are you already dabbling in persistency? And like, what solution do you have to persistency? Shit, persistent data is such a... I'm both looking forward and dreading it when it's my time to do it. Basically creating file serializers for any data the user wants to save. Oh yeah. So are you going with... Okay. Also, I just have to say concerning QuickTime events and terraforming, now when I explained it, how I want to implement it, it really made it apparent that I need to have some figures for this. So hopefully we can do some nice figures in the future. ArthDevLife, the user will choose to store the data in JSON or AML. Okay, so is it up for the use? Will the user have to store the files on his or her computer, or like, what's the reason for giving the user a choice of data type? Like, does that question make any sense? Let's see here. Terraforming QuickTime event approach. Scenario. Pull out shovel. If we do like this, do we get some nice arrows in? No, we don't. Markdown GitHub arrows. Arrow. arrow right. Ooh, don't want the emoji. What is this? Typora. Okay, Typora. Are we gonna have to do it like this? Oh, I guess that's nice. I'm basically trying to build an RPG framework so the streamer will be able... Oh, now I get it, Yeah. So the streamer... Okay, so whoever is hosting the game will select if the files should be stored as JSON or JAML. I get it. Nice. Pull a shovel. Choose Terraform point. Time event. Select size by action when the varying marker size is at... What is the word I'm looking for here? Desired. So it's at varying marker is at desired size. Yeah, a bit ambitious. I like it. I like the idea of it. I do. And the progress is nothing to complain about so far today. Select depth by action when the varying marker is at desired depth. And then I think we're also going to do QuickTime event, select slope angle by action when the varying marker is at desired size. Terraform. Let's do So if one would go with something like this, like the question is, do we need or do we want the different brush textures in this scenario? I don't know. One could also think that different tools yield different brush textures. Maybe. Ideas, different tools use different Terraform brush textures. like, it's a bit early to think about these things, so for now we're just gonna go with this. Maybe not too early to think about them, but definitely too early to do design choices based on them, I would say. Because, okay, let's assume that we're allowing for different brushes, different brush textures. Circular, squared, noisy, I don't know. How do you make the player choose between those? The most straightforward and, in my opinion, boring approach is to visualize the brush as a texture in a UI. So, like, and that is also the easiest one. So you would, in game, you would have something like, ooh, we don't have any environment textures right now. Did I clear them? Oh well. But you basically just show in the UI a texture. And, like, I don't like that for many reasons. For once, like, that's one hell of a breakage of immersion. Like, actually showing the brush textures removes the veil. Like, it makes the player see what's going on behind the scenes. Having the player choose brush textures instead by learning how the different tools look is hands down the best approach, I would say. How high resolution do you plan to have the terrain grid chunks be? Yeah, that is also a very returning question, Derek. And let's just say that it isn't decided yet. But way higher than we currently have, at least. Like, I've thought about that, like, being something that's going to have to... We're gonna have to figure it out during the development of this game. Like, we're gonna have to measure performance against visuals. So yeah, don't have an exact answer to that just yet. Let's just say that I'm anticipating that it will be high enough resolution that doing the height map alteration on the GPU should be quicker than doing it on the CPU. So even though we have the bottleneck of sending data to and from the GPU during the terraforming, we will be altering so much data during a terraform action that we actually gain more, even though we have to send it back and forth. Okay, so now I hopefully have clarified it a tiny bit here. So this is how I plan on implementing the terraforming from the start, and then I'm gonna have to find out if it's doable in a nice way and if it's fun. But I do think, like, we're gonna add some nice animations and juice to this. Okay, but for now, during testing, we don't even have a tool yet, so we're gonna do it like this in Terraform Brush. We're gonna add a set of different textures here to different brushes. We're gonna have an active brush texture. I wonder if we want to do int active brush texture index. And so we can remove this one. We're gonna have brush strength. Brush strength. Brush material. Yeah, still want to make this visible in the editor so we can set it. And then we're gonna have blend up here as well, but we need to do the nice thing here, or the idea here actually, is that we will have something like public material, I guess material. So the only thing we need to actually send to the Terraform or terrain data when we do the change is the material here. And then we're gonna have to set it so we're gonna have a public void set okay. Like this, and when we set the brush texture index, we also want to do that is not entirely true. Oh yeah. So we don't actually reference the brush texture in the material. Instead, they are used together thanks to the blit command. So brush texture is the source, height map the destination, and then we add them together using the brush material. So this is how we want to do it. So I guess we also need a public. So this one is actually the one we're going to send into terrain data. And terrain data is going to have to rely on material and texture. And here we do brush textures, active brush index. And also, I want to hide blend up. The only class that should know what this even is Terraform Brush. So we want to abstract it a little bit to the outside. So like initially, so like right now I'm just thinking that the only two blend operations I want to support is add and reverse subtract. And if that's the case, we can solve it by a Boolean. Otherwise, we would have to define our own Terraform Brush operation, I guess. But for now, let's do additive. And the idea is that anytime we call a method like this, we alter material. So it would be public void, or actually, yeah. I wonder if I want to call set as additive. So every time we change this, we also want to do brush material dot set, what was it, int. But this is also where we're gonna have to start defining a lot of constant strings. Brush operation. Okay. Yeah. Brush operation is equal to additive blend operation dot add, otherwise blend operation reverse subtract. So this is how we're gonna have to do it. And yeah. Brush strength as well. Change brush strength. And here I'm actually thinking of doing int sign. And then we're gonna have a so brush strength is equal to, oops, and as soon as we change the brush strength here, we need to do it in the material as well. Right now we don't have anything here for that, so or brush strength. Yeah. So now we have brush operation we can set from the outside using a method. Brush strength we can set from the outside using a method. This and this will be set by me in the editor. This will be instantiated. Yeah, we have set brush texture as well, index that is. Anything else? I don't think so. I'm gonna call it like this. Yeah, maybe. There's a lot of sending onwards here. This one we need to be able to set. UV start, UV end. But this one is actually in the Terraform data here. Fuck me, actually. Maybe. Let's see. I'm thinking about how it would be and if we could possibly do it with brush material actually being held by Terraform data as well. So the idea is like for each patch affected by the terraforming, we have one Terraform data each. Maybe. I like the idea of, like, if we focus on the communication that happens between the action terraformer, so the actual entity doing the terraforming, and the terrain, like the communication there is only done using Terraform data. So the action terraformer, when the terraform is instantiated, the action terraformer asks the terrain patches for Terraform data given a point. That one is returned, and the action terraformer does some work, and then it goes through the different patches and says, hey, terraform according to this. Like, the communication between terraformer and terraformee happens solely through Terraform data. I like the idea of that. What's up, Little Miss Murder? Hope you had a wonderful weekend, and I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, decisions. The thing is, so when we ask Terraform data for stuff like brush texture and brush material, then Terraform data does this setup internally. So I think we're gonna go with that. I think it's nice. Toto Apps, what up? I'm a beginner programmer, so I understand some of this. Nice. Hopefully you will understand more and more. I had a shite weekend. Thanks for asking. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Had to work on an urgent project. Yeah, relatable. That is never fun. Like, anytime, especially with short notice, you know, when you have some plans for a weekend, and you're looking forward to doing that, but then at the last minute you get notified that you have to do something else, even though in some cases you might find the other thing fun, it's still disruptive to the plans, you know. Have you made a breakthrough with your patches? The problem we left on last Friday is solved, and it was actually because of a very annoying thing. Let's look through it. So it's actually because of this. So when we read back pixels from the render texture to the CPU, where Origo is platform dependent. So if we take a look at this, so The documentation says that both source or the source rectangle parameter 00 is actually is lower left. This is what the documentation says, but depending on platform it can actually be top left as well. So that was the problem last Friday, and it sucks. We also checked at the beginning of this stream, we actually checked read pixels in the Unity documentation. And for Unity 6 preview, the lower left corner is 00. So I hope they've fixed it. For 21.2, they actually explicitly state that both coordinates use pixel space 00 is lower left. And this is not true. Because now when we do this as Y origo, we get the correct result. So yeah, sucky problem to have. My problem is I replaced a useless programmer who couldn't do anything right, so I'm working like a dog to catch up on every overdue project. Oh, that sucks. With a messy code base as well, I guess. Did you fix it by detecting the platform and transforming as necessary? So, I also have to state that there still is one case where a difference between patches can happen with the GPU solution. So that we have not fixed yet. But once again, if we do it purely on the CPU, we have total syncing between patches, and we actually don't sync, we just alter them exactly the same. But yeah, you're right, in the GPU solution we still have one case where we can get a difference between patches. Hopefully we will fix that today. I'm rewriting all my projects from scratch, it's just faster. Yeah, that's quite telling how the previous code base looks. Fuck edge cases. So yeah, still one edge case here to fix. And we're gonna do that real soon, I hope. So, we don't need this anymore, we rely on Blend instead. So, by packing more things into Terraform Brush and Terraform Data, these will be used or will be set in Terraform Brush. So let's start by doing that. Terraform Brush, and we're gonna set public void. Actually, let's see here. UV start, UV end, UV step error margin. Yeah, we need to set them in brush material here. I just don't. We're gonna do it like this for now. Void set boundary. And we're gonna send in something here. Anyway, good luck. Thank you. Good luck to you too. And thank you for stopping by. Next time, hopefully, I will have that edge case sorted out. And I think UV start, UV end, UV step error margin. Start and end is borderline non-descriptive, so I want to make them more descriptive. So we're going to go with boundary, or actually UV boundary bottom left shader string. And in shaders, I do like the idea of having UV as capital letters, but you always have this problem that if we do camel case, you're gonna have capital, capital, new word, also starting with a capital. But let's do it. Boundary, bottom left. Top right, shader string. Tutu apps, when I tried to like set the texture with my own project, the texture broke. So are you doing it in Unity, and in what way did it break? That's very interesting. UV boundary step error margin shader string. Step error margin. So set boundary here. We're gonna send in UV bound space start, UV bound space end. Actually, I'm also thinking about just not storing these, but calculating them when we fetch them. So whoa. Oh, yeah. We have two of these. Yes. UV bound space start, so it's these we are interested in. Good morgon Ferda. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Because if I remember correctly, we still have the case where we create some Terraform data, but we create useless Terraform data. And there's really no need of creating these things if we don't use them. So I was thinking of having something like public vector2. And then I wonder if we want to go UV UV boundary pounds space boundary space. How are things going? It's going pretty well, I would say, so far. Yeah, good and stable progress. So we just recently got height map changes to work on the GPU, both negative and additive, so both adding height and removing height, with the exception of one edge case we're going to take care of later on. So right now we're just streamlining the pipeline again. So we recently created a custom class Terraform brush where we're going to pack in a lot of data and stuff. UV bounds space. I like that name actually. It tells me a lot. Bound space. Boundary space. Bounds, boundary. Boundary space. Bottom left. And this one is going to return this. So by doing it like this, we're not creating these. We pretty much make it lazy. So we don't instantiate this unless we actually use it. And if so, we instantiate it when we use it. Boundary, UV boundary bottom left. Yeah. In here we're handling multiple different spaces, so to speak. We have textures of different sizes. So we have rectangle space and boundary space. So let's call it this. UV boundary space top right is going to be this one. And then we also want a public float UV boundary step size. So this means that we can also remove these. I'm wondering, it all depends on how we're going to use these. Oh. Yeah, we'll see, we'll find out. So now we have these here. We don't want to set these here. Instead, we want to set them in Terraform brush. So we want to send in, yeah, we already have them here. And actually we're going to do the renaming in the shader as well. So UV boundary bottom left. Didn't we change this one? Okay. Before we continue, I just need to run AFK real quick, so I'll be right back in a couple of minutes. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see. So everything should be okay here now. Terraform brush. Here we want to set vector 2. Step error margin, yeah, whatever. .5 here, yeah, let's keep that one. Okay, I think this is how I want to do it. And when it comes to Terraform data here, we create those in... We actually create them in the terrain patch, I think. We have a... Get Terraform data here. So sending in an origin and a radius, so a circular marker, we create Terraform data in here, and we use a lot of terrain patch specific variables for that. I also want to set the material here. That is like somewhere between Yes, it's going to be up to Terrain Patch Terraformer to hold the brush, I think. That's how we're gonna do it. There's a lot of different classes included now, I think. Terrain Patch. Alter terrain height using terraform data blit. Here I wonder. Terraform data. Yeah, we use it here as well. That's true. The communication here is I'm still like not 100% content with it. Apply terraform brush. Apply terraform brush blit. Thinking of doing it like this. Yeah, we're still unfortunately gonna have to do something like this. Fuck, do I want to hide brush in terraform data? I don't know. Because somewhere we have to do something like this. Right now it's up to this one. Terraform data, Terraform brush. So somewhere we're gonna have to do Terraform brush, set boundary, I'm not sure. Don't we have a Terraform brush here? Oh, we just call it brush. I don't know. Let's see if it works. I'm anticipating this flow to change a bit as we continue, but characters, what do we have? Terraform brush. We don't have any textures as of now, so let's create some real quick. I don't know what a good size is. 64 times 64 might work. Yeah, definitely want one pure white. Yeah, let's add 3 brushes right now. We're gonna add a noise one, a circular one, and a pure white one. So what do I want to call it? Terraform brush 01. Constant. And then we add a I don't think I care if it's tileable, so noise, and then we go with one that is what do we have? It's 63. Right. 32 is 31. Or is it actually 31.5? That is center. Okay, so now we have 3 here, and for all of them we want them to be linear, so we unclick sRGB, and with this solution I wonder if we can skip this one. We want clamp on them, that's for sure. I think we're gonna go with bilinear. Okay. So for now, let's do brush material is going to be Terraform default material. I do guess that we only need one material as well, so we can just rename it Terraform material. We're gonna reuse that one. Brush operation, add brush strength delta change. We don't worry about that right now. And default strength 1.0. I want to have a set boundary. We're gonna wait with, but change brush strength 0. So in action Terraform, do we have an awake here? Yes, we do. Here we can do brush, Terraform brush. Instantiate. Okay, so we should be able to heighten it. We're gonna do this as well. We're gonna add the 3 textures here. The first one is gonna be constant, noise, circular. And let's go with this for now. So if the setup is done accordingly, we should be having a brush with this constant texture, it should have a strength of 1. We have to form default material. We set it. Yeah, let's try it. Okay. Marginally cleaner solution right now. So find all terrain patches. For each terrain patch we create a terrain patch terraformer, which includes terraform brush, and so we send in a terrain patch, the marker and a brush, and then we get terraform data from the patch in question, and then we pretty much set up everything to be executed, but we wait to execute it until we call this one or these ones. And we actually do update all vertex data here. Yeah. I want to see if so instead of relying on update all vertex data, we just update the vertex data within the bounds of Terraform data. Although we might wonder if we will see there might be a case, we might have introduced a new edge case here where we don't update the normals of the, okay, fuck. This is actually, this is how it should be, because when we call that method we only change the vertices that are marked here, these white ones. So we actually change the height map for a square, but we only update these vertices. And what I'm getting at is, so depending on brush here, we actually want to update them as a square. And so let's say that we change this square here. Like we update the height maps for this square, for the vertices in this square. But then we also only update the vertex data for these vertices, which means that this one does not get updated, although we still need to update the normal of this one because the height of this one has changed. So we want to extend the boundary by 1. let's see here. Let's do Terraform data. Here we have a function called rows. We have Terraform data rows. Get Terraform data rows, and this one gets it from a circular solution, pretty much. I wanna. I'm pretty sure the plan is when we do terraforming, so here we get the rows within the circle that we're gonna alter, and the plan is that we only call this once per Terraform data. So I think I actually want to go with change it to 2. And then I also want a this is basically just a, let's see here, Terraform data row. These two methods are basically just a way to repackage the indices defined by Terraform data in a row-based order to make it easier to set vertex buffer data here. So for each row, so we can batch the changes. That's basically all this is used for. And the better use would probably be not to send in Terraform data here, but we send in Terraform data row array, because that would mean that we can make the distinction between circular brushes and square brushes within Terrain Patch Terraformer. So before we do this, we check the type of the Terraform brush and only get the relevant data. And once again, this is like when we have a circular brush, we have a set of points at each corner that doesn't need to be included. And that's, so for circular brushes we use this, for square brushes we use this, and this one should be let's see. So what we want to see here is 4 So for each row we add Terraform data row, then we need to add a origin as index. Is this all we need for this one? I think this constructor will be much easier to work on. So for each row we create new Terraform data row. have to do it like this. Bottom left clamped dot x, and for y it's going to be bottom left clamped dot y, or actually I. Number of steps. Yeah, then we want to do this, but for x. And also bounce. Yeah, we're gonna double check this one. So get vertices within, let's see. Let's change both of these to square here for now. So the idea is that we don't send in Terraform data here. We send in the rows directly. But let's do it with square, like this for now. Okay. Oh yeah, yes, yes. Oops. Int number of rows. Number of rows. And I guess we're gonna have to do 0. And here is, now we can change this one to less than number of rows. Now this works, but we need to do bottom left clamped dot y plus I. Yo, 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 what's up there, Rabo? Appreciate the quick lurk and appreciate the bits. Thank you. And hope you're having a wonderful Monday. Subarray 255, 256. Okay, so we're getting... When we do terrain patch... What is it? When we do this, we get one position too much, unfortunately. I think the problem is that we want to include the last index, but we just do it in a little bit of the wrong way. Yes, when we get the subarray here, we do number of steps plus 1. Oh no. This one is including the last step. We want to include it, so this one is correct. Yeah, the problem is it this one? Yeah, we can see here that we get the correct vertices now. So the vertices we actually get in the square selection is marked by these white spheres. And it looks to be correct, I think. Yeah. So if we alter this now, we should alter the height maps for all of these, and we should alter the vertices for all of these. But once again, to properly calculate the normals, we also need to do it for one extra row here. So yeah, I think it's pretty damn quick. It's okay. I just need to add a to-do here. properly. Yeah, this one still sucks though. The everlasting fight of relying on 2D indice, or like index in 2D space or index in 1D space. 1D space is used. Get subarray and set vertex buffer data. It's just, yeah, maybe. We have two functions here. Get index wrapped and get terrain patch. Like here we transform it back to here we take a one-dimensional index and we transform it to a two-dimensional index just to make these calls. The offsetting, maybe it's not that bad. We're gonna keep the note or the to-do, but we're gonna leave it as is for now. Yeah, maybe it's time to fix the edge case, and I'm gonna show the edge case. And And once again, this is only a problem with the GPU solution right now. The CPU currently handles this. Actually, let's see. I think it's this one. Yeah. We get 3 additional points here which shouldn't be included. They should be included in the normal recalculations, but not in the height map change. So we get something like, let's see here, this one works, but this one looks like this. And it's basically like this terrain patch gets included in the change, but it has a width of 0, and both the start point and the end point is outside of the bounds. For the CPU, like the most straightforward solution here is to just add an additional filtering, and we do it in Action Terraform, Terrain Patch Terraformer. Let's see. Terrain Patch Terraformer. Oh yeah. Let's go back here and we go here. The idea is that although the square is fully outside of range, we don't want to change the let me show again. Hopefully I can explain this in a way that makes sense. In this case, do I have the same problem? There we go. Yeah, in this case, we want to update the height maps of the white ones, and so not for these, but we still want these points because we want to update the normals of them later on. Both of these problems are okay. So the easiest way to do it would be this. So apply Terraform brush. Here we're going to do if Terraform data is within bounds. We're going to check this one. If it's not within bounds, return. So we want to do it here as well. So basically, if the start and end of this one in any direction, Y or X, is entirely out of bounds, we don't do the terraforming. This does, however, introduce one other problem, and I'm going to show that as well, but hopefully this fixes the first one. So now if we do this, it works. Great, but it introduces this problem. Let's see here. If we use an extremely big terraform marker, like this, we can see here that we changed, so the marker was located around here, so we changed this one, this one, this one, and this one, but not the middle ones, and that is because the boundary points are in either direction, so either X and or Y. So the boundary pairs in X or the boundary pairs in Y are both outside the patch, but they're actually outside on different sides of the patch, which means that the full patch should actually be included. But the way is within bounds is calculated right now. It's done in such a way that we assume that if both are outside the bounds, they are outside the bounds in the same direction, so to speak. So we should have an easy fix here. I think we can do bool is within bounds, or so let's do this. So now it's basically exactly the same check, but we have made it a little bit more readable. We need to add an additional check here. We need to add, like, if both of these returns false, we want to check if the sign of them are equal. So it's basically so if this one returns false, we check or I think it should be big sign, yes, or big S, capital S. Not equal. So, but it's within bounds, then we can do yeah. If this one is true, or this one is true, or the signs of them are different. Because it's pretty much, yeah, I think this is how we want to do it. But for instance, if this one returns true, we just skip, continue the check. And both of these needs to be true. Yo, what's up, Fabic? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. It's going pretty good, I would say. We have streamlined a couple of things, squashed some bugs. It's good progress, good progress. Let's see if this fixes it. Thank you, yeah. I will try to keep it up. Okay, this still works. This still works. Beautiful. So what if we do... Yeah, and that works as well. Great. Great. It's quite quick as well, I think. Like, the biggest performance drain right now is actually these white points here, because they are Unity primitives. We don't do anything to them. First of all, they are debug spheres, so we're not going to include them later on. But they are Unity primitives, so that means that they come with a sphere collider. So for each of these points, for each frame, we check collisions, but we don't do anything with the collisions. But the actual terraforming seemed to be going rather quickly, actually. Okay, what's next? What next? What's next? Lasers. I wish. I think we're actually going to... Yeah, we're gonna add some extra functionality to Action Terraform here. We're gonna make it possible to change the strength of it. So we will be able to vary the strength, and I'm also gonna make it possible to vary the brush type we're using. Once again, brush type is probably in game, it's going to be decided by which tool the character is holding, but for now we're gonna just add a scroll command, I think. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do, but before we do that I just need to take a quick break, get something to eat real quick. But that won't take more than 5 minutes, I think. So Be right back real quick. Okay, back. Let's see. So what I want to do is, I don't know how visible it is, but we have a little prompt here that says Terraform E. In fact, do I want to reposition that one actually? Yeah. So we're gonna add some extra information here. We're gonna add Terraform space, and then we're gonna have an integer that is, or a float that is strength, and then we're gonna have a space, and then we're gonna have an integer that is brush index. So now we just need to get that communication running. We're gonna add some new input methods as well. Let's take a look at what we have. It should definitely be Terraform. Okay. Input definition scalar. Let's see here. Scalar scroll Y mouse. Okay, we're gonna add scalar I want to rename this one, I think, but let's see. Let's name them scalar secondary, scalar tertiary, or whatever it is. Primary, secondary, tertiary. True. Tertiary. Whatever. Yo, yo, yo! What's up, Love? Long time no see. Indeed, how happy I am that you dropped by. It's going pretty good, I would say. We're in the terrain hole still, but we got some nice terraforming working. Simple terraforming, but we're gonna add some complexity to it now. How have you been since the last time we spoke? I think we're gonna have to do tertiary. I went abroad for a road trip somewhere around finishing off the grass. Okay, nice. Happy to hear, happy to hear. Nice. So, where did you travel, if you don't mind me asking? Right now, this input handler it's a lot of getting an input action, converting it to an event and sending it onwards. We also have scale value here. Maybe a little bit of a mess, but it has been working pretty well. Tertiary. There we go. So now we have 2 additional scales we can use, and the idea is to use them as on computer. Now I don't know how this will be handled later on, but primary scaler is just scroll wheel, secondary is shift plus scroll wheel, and the third is control and scroll wheel. That is the goal, at least. Ooh, nice. That sounds real nice. Hope you had a wonderful trip. Italy is one of those traveling destinations that the older I get, the more I want to go there. Unfortunately, I've never been, but there's still time. Yeah, Fabic, can't you just put the float scalar value inside the invoke? You mean this value? Yeah, like the reason I'm currently relying on this implementation, I'm gonna defend myself right now, is that I want to abstract away calls like this from the other components. So for instance, my movement handler, for instance, the only thing it should worry about is it's gonna get a direction called to it. Where do we have that one? Movement. Let's see. Primary movement. Yeah, so like my movement component, as much as it is concerned, it should only get a direction. So like mover, you should move in this direction. So I'm trying to abstract away a lot of these read values. Like I don't want my mover to have to keep in mind what data type this is. I want to abstract away the main camera relative to the mover, and like I'm just trying to create a I'm just trying to offload my work from my separate scripts into one class here. But yeah, the more we extend this, the more I'm starting to doubt it. We'll see. Kind of cool you can drive there too. Yeah, that is one thing I love with like vacation in Europe for us Europeans. It's quite easy to get around, to say the least. Yeah, so what I'm like, the new input system relies a lot of input actions and callback context, and context is pretty big. So context actually contains a lot of data that I don't want to parse in the other scripts. So that's why we read what we actually want, and then we just invoke an event. So we convert the action to an event, basically, with just the tiny bit of data that is needed. I've done this since I started using the new input system. So, but we'll see. So, curious to hear about the terraforming. How do you want it to be used in game? Will it mainly be aesthetics? I have a few things planned for it, but like it's going to be core gameplay, like how you terraform your garden. So I think at least that is something the player wants to do quite often. And depending on how deep you dig, you might be getting down to different kind of soil, and if you dig deep enough, you will eventually get to water. So the terraforming will be used to add water to your garden. If you want a lake or a river, but like the terraforming itself will also be something that is held in data and used to attract different creatures. So depending on if you have a lot of height variation in your garden, you might attract one type of creature. If you only have low ground, you might attract more of a certain type of creature. So the terraforming is going to be quite woven into the gameplay. That is the idea, at least. And also one of the reasons we need to implement it in such a way that it is doable in close to real time, and yeah, can be done often and quickly. What did I name these? And now let's see here. I don't think I've ever used a double binding before with this new system. So path, we want to have scroll, mouse, okay. Oh yeah, value and axis. We need to define these first. Value, axis, value, axis, I think. No problem at all, Love. And yeah, Fabic, as we pick up steam, we might remove that slowly. We'll see. Scroll. I wonder if this... So right now... Actually, I need to double check one thing. Value, button, pass through. Is it this one? Hold, multi-tap, press, slow tap, tap. Okay, the question is... let's take a look. Unity input system, or I guess we will have to have new input system. Multiple. What is it called? Combination. Key combination. Define 3 actions in int as a modifier action. I would have hoped this wouldn't be the default way to do this. Okay, it's not supported, but this is the old input system, right? Fire primary action. Ooh, okay, I see. Yeah, the more I learn about this, the better it is, I think. Or the more sense it makes. So we want to do it as... Can I name this shift plus scroll Y? And here we do ooh, okay. Value axis. Can we do... Okay, so is this the correct setup? We have scalar secondary, value axis, we have this one, binding properties, composite, one modifier. The modifier is the shift on the keyboard, and then scrolling Y. I guess we're gonna have to check this out. See if it works. And one more thing we need to fix. So if I remember correctly, when we set this one up, we get a value of between minus 120 and 120 when we scroll. So each scroll is 120. And we want to normalize it to minus 1 and 1, I think it is. And we want to do these for both of these as well. So okay. See if it works. Okay, we get an error right from the start. Cannot find action. Did I not name them correctly? Scalar secondary. So the problem we're having is here, I think. But $117. Yeah, it's here. Okay, so we get an error here. So this is, we don't need to use this. Scale is secondary. Oh yeah. So if I do shift, we get an error. If I do control, we get an error. Okay. Oh yeah, I think I forgot to do one thing here as well. Related to this one. Do you have secondary scalar -1, -1, -1? Yeah. The only thing that bothers me here is that the primary scalar gets scaled as well, as we can see here on the marker, but the other two seems to work. Okay, do we have some sort of modifier composite binding? Like, X don't do it if this modifier is active or something like that. Hey Otofy, how are you doing today? You can override aspects of any binding at runtime non-destructively. Specific properties of input binding have an override variant that, if set, will take precedent over the property that they shadow. All override properties are of type string. Is this what I want? Yeah, all of this is very interesting and probably gonna have to do that later on, but let's see. Doing fine at the hospital for a surgery. Oh. Good luck on the surgery. And I feel honored that you're spending the time in the waiting room watching this. Appreciate it. Here we go, conflicting inputs. This is the exact case we're having. Alright, good luck. So in this example, okay. Let's see. I don't know if that doesn't seem to be happening for me, but let's see. I'm probably missing something. Add the bindings, perform, map enable. Wow, I didn't know this API existed. Well, that's very useful when we want to fake inputs. Sick. I don't know. They talk about actions being consumed here. So the one with the highest complexity, is that what they call it? Yeah. So my shift scroll should have higher complexity than scroll, but maybe this is not the case for button value. And this is an axis. Is that what makes the... No, we have a value. Yeah. I have to test this. So when performed is called, the action is consumed, which in my case means that performed invoke scalar event, performed invoke this one. So So if this one is invoked, if this one is performed, this input action of higher complexity has been invoked, which means that this one will not be, according to this. And we call these methods when they are invoked, so if this one is called, this one shouldn't be called in the same on the same scroll input. Although I wonder, like, I'm also open to the possibility that I've fucked something up in the implementation here. Like that we read the scale value directly bypassing the performed, but I don't know. Alright, Fabic, appreciate the lurk and enjoy the breakfast. We get primary scalar now, and now we got both secondary scalar and primary scalar, so no, both are being called. What am I missing? This simply does not work. 1.5. I don't know. The mechanism described here only applies to actions that are part of the same input action map or input action asset. Input action asset, they are part of the same one. Have I screwed something up here when we do this? Is okay. Okay, good to know. That shouldn't affect it. A little bit worried that the only problem I could see this not working is because this one creates a hard copy, I would say. But let's just try real quick. If we do since we're getting an error anyway if we do this and it doesn't exist, we might as well skip this null check here. I would be very shocked if this turned out to be the problem. Okay, so now let's just double check it, because like the more when I read the documentation, we're not getting the same outcome as they. Okay. That I anticipate from reading the documentation. I wonder why. Primary scalar. We're still getting primary scalar. What? We have an action type of value, so it should be correct. Control type. Could it be? Or is it... Do we want to add this one to here? Nah. This makes me want to try. What do we have? We have action 1 Q keyboard. Is it because we need to do something like this? No, it can't be. Yeah, this is an action, this is a binding. Is the problem that we're working with a... It shouldn't be. I have no idea. Why this doesn't apply in this specific case. Performed. Could it be reliance on events? Fuck it, let's do... Let's just try and see what kind of result we get by doing this. Scroll action performed. We still get scroll action performed. Nora Owls, maybe. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. This is input handler, player input. Could it be player input that does something? Auto switch, default map. Ooh, I didn't know about this one. Okay. Wow. I might want to look into this one later on. Okay, so could it be could player input be screwing things up for us? send messages. Player input and conflicting inputs. Player input, let's see. Oh yeah, that's that one. That's one. Yeah, nothing on this one. Like right now, we just use player input as a holder of an action map, basically. That's all we do. So behavior, very interested in this one as well. Behavior. Okay, so the way I use it probably doesn't affect this one. Okay, I get it. So this is actually, wow, this is very nice to know. This is what we want to rely on in the future. Definitely. But the problem this doesn't apply. I don't know. Do we have a problem with similar complexity complexities here. Like, okay, this is the action. Does this one have the same? Like this one has higher complexity than this one. Should have. Fuck it, we're gonna try. The documentation explicitly states that value should be working as well. Right. So, let's see if this is the case. Primary scalar, secondary scalar, primary, both still gets triggered. This is weird. Okay, I guess we're gonna do this. We're gonna take the map, we're gonna add, yeah, let's do it. Let's add exactly this example, but we use our player input and our input action map. So I pretty much want these. So after we have done this, we also do this. Let's see here. B action map, what we want to do here. Okay, what 1Q player input dot, what do we call it? Dot actions. Input action asset. Interesting. Okay, so what we have here are an input action asset. It's not an action map. Could that be the cause of it? Probably. Possibly. So then my question is, Unity new input system, difference between action map and input action asset. Or if we could do action maps. Ooh. Oof. So player input actions dot action maps dot first add action B. Okay, so now we do the exact same setup as they do, but we don't create the action map ourselves. We do it like this. I wonder. Let's try it. So we should be seeing B and Shift B. So B action performed, Shift B, we should only get Shift B action performed. Could it be something like what I'm thinking here is the mechanism described here only applies to, fuck, wasn't this what we used? Yeah. They are described, or they are part of the same input action asset. I wanted to see if this example with the B, Shift B works. Crime Committer, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Cannot add action B to map. Yo, Meister K. Hope you had a great weekend. Cannot add action B to map while the map is enabled. I still want to check. I still want to do. Fuck it. Actually, let's take this whole example and see if it works. I guess it will. So we create a new action map, add some actions, bind it, and enable it. Yeah, now I'm a real coder. Although, like, testing this won't, like, even if it works, it won't give me any additional information I can use. If it doesn't work, maybe, let's see here, B action performed, shift B. B action performed, so we still get both actions. What the hell am I missing? Am I using the wrong, what version am I on? Like, is this some new functionality, or let's see, in project, what do we have? Input system 1.2. 1.2. Yeah, I might want to update that maybe. Composite bindings. Actually, conflicting inputs 1.2. Details. It will do, my sir. How quick do you need to get rid of it, Meister K? I might be interested. I just have to double check with the wife. Telegram people actually use that. Hell yeah. Okay. Harukanen, what do you use, if I might ask? Signal? Messenger? Okay, so I think when it comes to this problem, like the problem I've been having with conflicting inputs, I just don't think it's supported in 1.2. So I'm just gonna double check if a package update might fix this issue, and if it does, I'm gonna be happy that it's fixed, but I'm gonna be annoyed that this was the problem. What the fuck? But I guess. But actually, It doesn't seem that I have the option to update it. So, input system 1.2, if you go with Unity 21.2, WhatsApp, Messenger and Discord pretty much. Okay. I used to use WhatsApp previously. I think I jumped the ship when Facebook acquired it. Replaced it with Telegram, basically. Okay, so I mean, I'm in a pretty sucky position here. So this is the version I can work with, even though it states here that I should be able to have a higher version. So, but like when it all comes down to it, let's see, 1 sec. 1.2 details. Disambiguate binding resolution. had Snap for a while, but that shit scares the crap out of me. Yeah, I had it as well for a very short period of time. It was interesting. From my side, it's no hurry, but my friend could potentially find someone else that wants it. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna get back to you tonight or later today. If it's gone, I'm just gonna have to join another time. If it's still there, I'm gonna take it. Okay, input system 1.2. We don't have the latest functionality in this one, the functionality I need. The plan for me is to update my Unity version for this project, but okay, this is just another one of those things I'm gonna have to put on hold. Can we do a quick fix? Can we do a quick fix? Or can we do a workaround? A workaround. Basically, I want to support scroll wheel input, shift scroll wheel input, control scroll wheel input. But doing it this way, like this version of the input system doesn't have any idea of like conflicting input or stuff like this. So I don't even know if it has precedence, like which one comes first. So what can we do? Yeah, we're gonna do it like this. We're just gonna remove the conflict, so the possible conflict, which means that the primary scaler is gonna have to add one type of modifier. So we're gonna go with Shift, Control, Alt. So then we have 3 different scale inputs. All of them use different modifiers. Unfortunate. So scaler here, value axis. Let's delete that one. Let's add one modifier. And I guess button with one modifier. I don't know what the difference is for this one, but modifier. So this one I want to use shift. And I'm just gonna have to remember this. Scroll. Okay, so we have shift scroll. Let's do and then we change Control Alt. Left shift, control, yeah, let's do left control. Or actually, do we only have, no, we should have 2. And finally, left alt. Okay. Shift scroll, control scroll, alt scroll. So now if oh yeah, I forgot to normalize it, but okay. Shift scroll, secondary scalar, tertiary, primary. Beautiful. Minus 120, 120. Okay, and now we can finally move on. At last. So the idea is that we will control the area size with primary scroll. We will control the brush strength with secondary scroll, and we will control the third or the brush type with the third scroll. Okay. Although I am a little bit worried. Maybe it should be okay. Tablet Pencil, what's up? Thank you for the raid, appreciate it, and hope you had a wonderful stream. So, what we want to do is jump to Action Terraform. I want to start by doing here. Not here. I want to override this one, description here. Public virtual string description. Plus, I guess we can do I don't know how well new line will work here. So I'm just gonna add a space and then we're gonna do terraform brush dot strength. Actually, we do it like this. Texture material. And here, what is it? I always forget, but we have a float and I want to format it. So we're gonna do brush strength dot format, try format. 2 decimal. Perfect. Tostring. So action Terraform, here we just return Terraform brush dot strength. And texture index maybe. Okay. Now we should be able to show the texture index and texture strength, or we should, like when we have Terraform action active or ready, we should see this information. Currently, we have no way of changing it, so we're gonna do Terraform brush, change brush strength in sign. Beautiful. So we can just do input handler dot handler scalar secondary event, add listener, Terraform brush dot change brush strength. I hoped. Int sign. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go with a float sign. Great. And then we also want to do input handler scalar event tertiary. And also, yeah, all of these things, currently we enable them in start, but the idea is to so like action Terraform will be in a sleep state unless action pickup, it's currently named pickup, but it should be maybe hold or something. When action interaction pickup changes to hold and we're holding a specific item, then action Terraform will change to a ready state, and that's where we will bind these. And when we change action Terraform to a sleep state again, or like available state, that's when we will unbind these things. I think that is how we're gonna handle it. I'm not entirely sure. Or actually, maybe just... we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Set brush texture index. Yeah, we definitely want a method like that, but we also want... So we have set brush texture index, and I want a public void change brush texture index. Float sign, I suppose. And here we're gonna do active brush texture index is equal set brush texture index can we do it like this, but we're gonna have to do math f dot round to int. Bad naming on this one, I think. Direction so works better here. Fuck it. Action terraform. Yeah, let's see what we get. Ooh, 1 sec though. I don't think that the current implementation, when we visualize actions, when we call description here, I do think we only call description when the state of an action changes. So when action terraform goes from available to ready, that's when we poll description. So if we change the brush strength, this string might not update. That's what I'm guessing. Yeah, right now we have terraform. We have an index of 0 and we have a strength of 1. Yeah, and it doesn't update here. So if I do shift, not shift, but control scroll. 1 sec actually. Brush strength delta change 0.1. Let's see. Okay. Our brush strength is 1. Let's see. Yeah, 0.9, 0.8. We can see it here. Oh, and a floating point error as well. Or precision error. So yeah, it doesn't update accordingly. Definitely need to fix that. But before I fix that, I need to run AFK real quick, so be right back. Okay, back. So now I have a decision to make. We need to update this text based on changes made. The most straightforward approach, I would say, would be to go with some sort of event solution. But the plan is not to visualize this in this way in game, really. So I wonder if not during development now, and to make it easier to debug, I definitely want this information here. I also want to represent it by the marker in some way, so the white color of the marker here we could base the opacity of it based on the strength we have as well, and when it comes to texture, we could also represent that in a similar way. So we grab information from the texture, and I think that would be nice. Okay, but first of all, I want this text to update in real time. So I think I'm just going to go with the brute force way of doing input to action map. We do update button map item, and we do that anytime we bind a new action. In playable entity. Here we have input to action map. We have 4 of them. And yeah. Actually, Okay. Do we only use this one here? Yeah, we do. Although I have to check button map hide here otherwise. Okay, so I guess we could do... Yeah, here we do show. Yeah, let's just do it like this for now. If yeah, then we have this check as well. Oh. Whoa. Why do we do this check here? The fuck? Okay, we can change that as well. Start by doing it. Get description. If state. Yeah, let's just do it for this, like this for now. Playable entity, private void, update for each. Input to action map. Okay, that should show the information. Hopefully I haven't introduced any new problems. What the hell is going on here? Okay. Okay, so control changes the texture. You can see it here. And alt, oh, both of them changes the texture. What? Okay. Scalar secondary event, tertiary terraform brush, change brush texture, change brush strength. Yeah, this I don't get at all. Primary scalar, secondary scalar, but secondary scalar doesn't do anything right now. Unless, oh, I know why. If we do character, brush, strength, delta change 0.1. Yeah, now we get brush change, strength. Okay, great. Obit, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. So if we change the strength to 1. And we alter here, we get a change of 1. And if we change it to 0.5 and alter, still the same strength because we don't use the strength right now, but we do use, let's see here, brush 1. Okay. Okay, we changed the values, at least. That's one step in the correct direction. So, just before I forget, let's change brush strength delta change to 0.1 again. And let's take a look. Terraform brush, we do call this, we do call change brush texture index. We get the correct texture here. So first of all, brush strength here. I don't think we have brush strength here, but we don't use it. Okay, that explains that problem. Let's put brush strength there, and let's do brush strength here. So now we should use it at least. Now my next question mark is concerning brush textures. Active brush texture, we changed this one. Yeah, we do. And then when we get texture here, we do brush textures, active brush. Action terraform, apply terraform brush blit is within bounds, and here we set the boundary. And then alter terrain height using Terraform Data Blit. We send in Terraform Data and Terraform Brush. Send it onwards. So Terraform Brush here. We do Terraform Brush.texture. Oh yeah. Okay, so right now we just use brush strength here. We also need to read the main text, right? So, and this makes it a bit more interesting. So when it comes to the brush texture here, is it more... So main text is the brush texture. We need to read a value from it. We need to add we need to read the correct value from it. But we also need to remember that we're working with multiple different UV spaces here right now. First of all, we're working with the Blit UV space. So when we do Blit, we pretty much add a full quad over a full quad representing the destination texture. If I remember correctly, I might need to check that up. So bottom left corner 0 0, top right corner 1 1. But we actually want to base the brush UVs on yeah, this is gonna be hard. Let's see here. Depending on what the graphics Blit says, it might be complicated or easy. Nah, it's probably going to be hard either way. Pass the source to the matte material as main text property. Oh yeah, okay. I think basically we want to convert the, I think we yeah, so Terraform Data, we're going to make use of these, I think. Yeah. But so we're gonna send these to the shader. Let's see here. UV rectangle space start. Yeah. Yeah, we are. But then in the shader, we would want to convert these based on these. UV coordinates, I think. Frogman, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Yeah, so we're gonna do, I don't even think we need this one. Maybe, do we use it somewhere? Or can we do, what is it, shift, there we go. We use it in the alter terrain data on the CPU. Yeah. So I don't think we care about this one when we do the GPU solution, the Blitz solution. So we might skip those later on. But let's do it like this. UV boundary rectangle space bottom left. What a mess this is. What kind of error do we get here? Oh, yeah. So let's remove those, because like I want them to lazily be instantiated. So if we don't need them, we don't instantiate them. And actually the same with this one, even though I'm not entirely sure if we need it or not. For the GPU solution, that is. This should result in a few errors, so let's take a look at those first. So we pretty much just need to do space start. Okay. Alter terrain data blit. So what we're interested in now is terrain patch terraformer. Here we call a method called set boundary. Terraform brush. Yeah, we definitely need some way to distinct between these better. UV boundary top right. Set set main boundary, set brush boundary. I don't know about these names. They are still a little bit too similar. Unleashed Grieg. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Top right. Do we need this one? I'm gonna regret this maybe, but we're gonna skip that one for now. So we have UV boundary brush bottom left. Terraform shader, we need these here as well. Header, brush. Brush bottom, oops. Okay, we're gonna leave it at like this for now. Still, yeah, we're gonna do this. I don't care about textile size for now, I don't think. The problem now is going to be to calculate these UVs. So we have UV boundary, bottom left, top right. We have UV boundary for the brush, bottom left, top right. Now we just need to convert it here. Basically, I think the most straightforward way will be to use lerp and inverse lerp in some cool way. So I'm gonna try that first and hope for the best. So it's basically going to look a little bit like actually, before we do that, I just want to make sure that we set these in the correct way. So we also need to set it in terrain patch terraform here. So set main boundary, terraform brush, set brush boundary. UV. Did I call them UV boundary rectangle space here? Yeah. Okay, so now I think we set them accordingly through the full pipeline. Now we just need to use them the correct way here. And we basically want to... Let me draw this real quick so I know roughly where we're at. So let's say, for instance, that we have... We have a terrain that is like this, we have patches like this, and we have a marker here. The UV boundary, bottom left, is this point right here. But the value is relative to this full boundary. And UV boundary top right is this point right here, but it's relative to this full here. So this one is basically, what could it be? 0.25, 0.5. And now the idea is that UV boundary brush bottom left and top right should be this point as well and this point as well, but relative to this full square. The UV of the UVs we get from the blit, i.e. these UVs, are is it destination based? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's destination based, so it's 0011. So I think what we want to do is we want to take, because we basically want to convert these UVs into this, but we want to do it relative to boundary UVs. So I think we can take the UVs we get here. Let's see. Yeah, I wonder if we can take the UV and we inverse lerp it between damn, what a mess, what a mess. Yeah, I wonder if we can do this. Let's see. It's within bounds, so when we get to here, it's only when we are within bounds that we want to do it first of all. So I wonder if we can do... lerp. I just need to double check in what order. XYS. XYS. Lerp between this one and UV boundary top right dot X. We want to lerp it by I think it's the input dot UV dot X. Yeah. And this value here, I'm going to call it S basically. We want to do T the same thing in the Y direction. So now we have float UV brush. Do we have inverse lerp? I hope so. Or something. Ooh. Actually, now when I come to think about it, math, util math, inverse lerp. Beautiful. We have it defined ourselves. So min max value UV boundary brush bottom left dot X UV boundary brush top right dot x s. Y. Okay, I'm not very optimistic of this working. Like, I'm not very optimistic when it comes to the prospect of me getting this right on the first try. But let's just run with it and see if we can, like, see what's wrong, if we get something that is wrong. So then I want to do float 4. We're gonna go with float 4 for now. Brush data. Sample main text using sampler main text, and we're gonna use UV brush. And finally, we want to return brush strength multiplied by brush data. Yeah, I want to try this. First of all, I want to see if I've messed something up with, like, so we have 3 different brushes. Let's take a look at those. Oh, did I have a shader error there? Oh well. So we have this brush, this brush, and this brush. I guess this one is what we're gonna have to rely on to debug it. So brush number 2. 012. Let's just see if brush 0 still works. And I want to see. Okay, so that's it. That is with strength 1, strength 0.5, still max. What the hell? So brush strength 0. Yeah, okay, that doesn't work. I need to look into that. That's weird. Okay, let's make it a little bit bigger and go to brush 2 and apply. Okay, still using brush 0. What the hell? It's very weird that brush strength doesn't even affect it. That's for show. So I guess we're gonna have to go to Terrain Patch Terraformer. Or actually, let's go to Action Terraform. Here we do for each apply Terraform brush blit, then update terrain data. Apply Terraform brush blit. If it's not within bounds, we return. Set main boundary. Set brush boundary. Okay. And then we do alter terrain height using Terraform data blit. Terraform brush. Terraform brush, we get the material here and we get the texture from the brush. And then we read back the pixels. Like brush strength. Anytime we change it, we also change it here. Action terraform. Maybe. Terraform patch, terraformer. Terraform brush. We use this terraform brush. Terraform default material. Ooh, terraform error. Okay. We have some errors. Float 489. Brush data. Yeah, and then we have a float 4 there. Okay. We need a semicolon, and then we need brush data.r. Okay, let's see. So, terraform strength 1, texture 0 yields. And 0.5. Okay, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I see one problem here. So we're applying the terraform with different brushes per patch for some reason. But I also want to try and let's change the brush to 2. See what we get. Ooh. It's actually hard to see. add grid lines here. Definitely need to do that. Okay, we have a few problems. I think I have properly identified one. Let's see. Yes, so one is probably, let's see here. Without creating instance, Unity. Shared material, yes. So what we're doing right now, or one of the errors, I guess there's more than one, but when we do Terraform brush, anytime we like do brush material, set vector, etc., we're creating new instances. And the main idea is that Action Terraform holds a material, and then we deliver that material to the different terrain patch terraformers, and those set up specific settings that they need. Oof, it's just gonna screw things up with the blit. Yeah, okay, anyway, the problem here is that when we set things like brush strength, we set it on an instance of a material, which doesn't seem to be used. Okay, it's a little bit of a mess. Let's see, brush material. Or actually, am I misunderstanding things? Render a shared material, oh, that's true. Material Unity. Yeah, I might just be talking... Everything I just said might be wrong here, we'll see. So what kind of data do we have here currently? Action Terraform, debug, Terraform data. We have multiple here, but that's just the Terraform data, that's true. Terrain default material. Can we check? Strength. Like, what worries me is we can see in the material now that we have a strength of 1. We add it here, and then here we terraform, but with a strength of 0.5. The shader has 0.5 now, but it's just as big, if not bigger. But if we add it over here, it seems to be... Actually, let's do this as well. Environment. So let's make the maximum height possible for this terrain bigger so that we can actually see the difference. Yeah. Smaller terraform brush strength gives us a higher. Something is wrong. Jesus. Oh, I don't know. Let's see. Brush strength. How do I actually use this one? Did I? We can see in the material that brush strength is, let's see here, 0.2, 1, 0.5. Yeah, something is wrong with the shader. Ooh. Or is it this one that causes it? It could very well be, actually. Let's just do brush strength for now. Let's check if brush strength works before we... That's 1. 0.5. 0.1. It's currently a fucking mess, this one. But yeah, let's make it a little bit simpler by adding... Let's alter our terrain materials so we can show some lines and stuff like that. Just make the debugging a tiny bit easier. So that one is terrain shader, I think. Yeah, color is near bounds. Yeah. Terrain bounds in object space. And then I also want actually we don't even use this one if I remember correctly. We used UV. Okay, that's good. So we only need this one, and I think, yeah. Draw terrain bounds threshold. Draw terrain grid threshold. And I'm gonna copy the terraform marker, terrain marker shader. I'm gonna copy the logic here. So what do? We get a grid point, and then we do this. Let's see here, is near bounds. We check this by doing this. I'm okay with that. Terrain bounds color, otherwise RGB, or I mean albedo. Let's do yeah, whatever. I think we can do this. So let's see here. World position grid error. We do world position X. Grid delta, do we need that one? Yeah, we do. So here we calculate the error to the grid. So instead we're going to do this by we don't care about that. I guess we can do color is equal to max of X and Z, and if that one is equal to 1.0, we do terrain grid color, otherwise color. Okay, so that is fixed, I think. Now we just need to calculate this using UV instead. So and we need grid delta as well. Although I wonder here, let's start by doing input.uv. See what kind of result we get. Okay. Terrain default material. Grid delta, I don't know, 0.1. We don't get a difference. 0.1. There we go. Something like that. Let's see what we have. It's just the... First of all, the colors are dreadful. And the offset is wrong. Best case scenario, we just read it from the environment. But I want to try if my calculations are correct. So what do we have? 128. 128 divided by 8, so we have 16 times 16 per patch. 1 divided by 16, 0.0625. Could that be it? Oh no. Grid delta 0.0625. 1 divided by 15. Yeah. Okay, so the calculation seems to be correct. Let's feed this into the material instead of setting it manually. And we want this to be thin. Pretty cool. And then I wonder, probably want to do, we just do color 3 though. I guess we could do white and a little bit like that. Ah, very nice. I guess we could go with the same color there. I guess if we just do this line thicker, we can easily see the patch lines compared to the other lines. So something like that. Makes it a bit easier, but we're not going to do pure white because we want it to stand out from the character marker. So we will probably go with something like that. Okay. So then we need to do grid delta. Terrain patch. Do we have any constants here? Or we do set material. Here we do terrain data sheet. Yeah, we don't need bounds anymore. Terrain bounds, terrain grid delta shader property name. That's okay. What is this? 1.0 divided by 15. I think it's bounds dot. Don't we have bounds here? Patch bounds. Okay. Patch bounds dot max. I think that should be the correct. Should have done this way earlier, although I think... Ooh. Did I calculate them? Grid delta. Yeah, that's not correct. How the hell did we match 0.1? Yeah, Fabik, you missed the part where we pivoted. I just said fuck it, let's re-implement chess. Nah, but we're changing the terrain shader so that we can see the grids, which, like, this is one of the first things I should have done. I just have postponed it at all times. Okay, so why does this one get set to 0.1? Patch bounce max is a float. We set it in instantiate, so my question is... terrain base, create new, instantiate, set material. Oh. Could that be it? Yes. I wonder though. Yeah, okay, so grid delta. Let's see. Okay. Hopefully this will make it a little bit simpler to see when we do this. We have something going on with the brush. That is for sure. Like, it works a little bit differently depending on patch, but still, I gotta say, like, would love to get to the bottom of this today, but unfortunately it's time. I gotta run. I have some other things to take care of. But I'm gonna be back tomorrow, and hopefully we can get to the bottom of it then. Yeah. So, to summarize, great progress. got some issues still hanging around. We'll fix them tomorrow. And yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Thank you for watching, Lovell. Love it. Love seeing you in chat again. And all you other people as well. It always feels a little bit sour ending on like a this note, where you have something not really working and you want to get to the bottom of it. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it. Have a great rest of the day. Peace.